ただいま。みんないる？仕入れに行ってきます。
指揮官、次の指示を。もし指揮官が私に興味を持てなくなってしまったなら、いつでも代わりを探していいのよ。でも指揮官も分かっているでしょ。私以上に優れた選択肢なんてないことを。
Okay, so continuing from previous stream, let's see if I recall everything. So in this mission, Angelia was going to face some people who were chasing her, apparently. And she was gonna try to escape from the quote-unquote house arrest she was under. Here we were watching Squad Puzzle, which is a new squad, or well, it's from DR, but now it's officially Puzzle Squad. Testing or going through some combat simulations in an attempt to help them learn how to fight Paradeus units. And I think it was on this mission or story mission, the Griffin commander received an envelope with a Griffin wax seal. So far they haven't said who it is, but Kruger hinted at something related to the company, which is named Griffin and Kruger, but he's telling the commander to refer to this person who sent the envelope as the Earl, and to not trust anyone, especially this person. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it for now, or at least where we left off. So let's continue with the birth of Apathy. Apathy? Apate? Bonsdorf, on the outskirts of Berlin. This mission is far more complicated than I expected. This is our third day lurking in Bonsdorf, but I still haven't found any information related to our objective. I lean against the window, watching the refugees outside walk down the busy streets. Today is a festival day for Bonsdorf, and everyone is wearing rarely seen smiles. Commander, why don't you withdraw first and let us take your place? No can do. You know there are Paradeus informants hidden in that village. If dolls went in, they'd be spotted instantly. You can't afford to give them the game away. I understand, but the longer you spend in the village, the greater risk that the enemy will find you, Commander. And if Paradeus launches an attack, we need to be there ASAP. Otherwise, relax, I'm very well hidden. Right now, I'm homeless. I'm a homeless refugee that Bonsdorf took in. My name is Robin. Yes, we know, Commander. You've memorized your fake identity really well. Commander, that little girl is here. Or is it the little girl? Okay. Transmission ends abruptly. Robin, where are you? Robin? My train of thought is interrupted by a series of rapid, light footsteps. I look back and see Elsa, the girl who's been helping me these past few days. What's the matter, Elsa? The festival's about to begin. We won't be able to get good seats if we don't go now. I don't know if they're using the same sprite or if she's the same girl, but she looks, she could be the same girl from the orphanage in Dual Randomness. I'm not sure if she was actually Elsa, but they're using the same image, so could be. Yes, I'm coming. Elsa grabs my hand and drags me toward the festival venue. Interesting choice of background music. The village is plastered with signs of celebrating Bunsdorf Day. The streets have been carefully swept, revealing sparkling, clean ground. Elsa and I go down the street to the village, and we are herded toward the meeting point by the dense crowd. A bell rings 3 times, a grand order to gather, and then Frau Elia steps up to the speaking podium. Yeah, I think they could be the same, because she is the woman from the orphanage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bunsdorf. I am the village chief, Elia. Or never mind. Today is Bunsdorf Day. We are gathered here to celebrate the founding of Bunsdorf. As everyone knows, Bunsdorf could not have been founded without the help of Galatea Corporation. Galatea has provided us with all kinds of assistance, such as facilities, manpower, resources, skills, and so on. Therefore, on this day, we are especially grateful to Galatea for their help. The sound of vigorous applause rises and falls like a wave. I clap along with them, while secretly contemplating the next phase of the mission. The objective hasn't shown up yet. If she doesn't turn up by today, I should probably pull out and investigate some other place. Again, I see the refugee from yesterday, the one who was kneeling by the dining area and missing a leg. He's leaning against his crutch as he cuts. Although he's swathed in plenty of fabric, I can still make out the faint signs of Elid scattering on his body. Robin, stop looking around like while Frau Elia is speaking. Oh, sorry. Whenever anyone enters Bunsdorf, I'll tell them that our village was founded on the ideal of going back to the basics, abandoning worldly desires and celebrating simplicity. We have done so all this time, by giving up technology and embracing a primitive lifestyle. I know many of our friends here have felt the pain of losing their homes, their kin, and their friends, which is why I believe you will cherish this place. If you are willing to abandon science and befriend nature, you will be protected by God. You will live in happiness and never again want for anything. This is not a boast on my part, but a blessing that God has given us. I've heard Elia make this speech many times already. In this time of tumult, countless demoralized people eager to escape reality believe that returning to the past will make their lives better again. But running away solves nothing, because humanity will never be rid of its greed. Though the refugee tries his best to muffle himself, the sound gradually draws attention. How can he cough while Frau Elia is giving a speech? How rude. I know you will say that technology has changed the world and improved our lives, but that is just an illusion, deliberately created by corrupt corporations to fool you, to trick you into forking over your money to buy their products. In truth, this so-called technology only serves to poison our bodies, making us weaker in the face of Mother Nature's wrath. Peel open your clothes and see for yourself. Are the scars of radiation not the best proof of this? When you came to Bunsdorf and abandoned science, did your wounds not slowly begin to heal? Quite a number of refugees pull back their sleeves and pant legs and gasp in awe at their recovered wounds. However, that coughing refugee with the crutch starts to wobble. Wait! After a long bout of coughing, that refugee collapses slightly to the ground. The people around him start to panic, and clamor spreads through the crowd. Elia's impassioned speech continues, but the people's attention has already shifted. Why isn't anyone helping him? Even if he is a sinner, surely he deserves some basic medical treatment, right? There's no rush. As I deliberate on whether or not to go over and help, a calm, clear voice quells the unrest. Excuse me, make way, please. Pacified refugees obediently clear a path, and a girl in a white shawl steps out from the crowd. It's the saint! That's the saint? Elsa's exclamation makes Elia stop her speech, and the clamor among the people turn into cheers. The joyous refugees crowd eagerly around the saint and the unconscious refugee, forming an impenetrable barrier. My lady, my lady! Ah, I can't see anything. Quit pushing. Let me help you. I can only see the so-called saint's back through the milling crowds. I struggle to lift Elsa higher, and her excited cries blend into the cheering of all the refugees, turning the world into an ocean of joy. Meanwhile, the saint, who might as well be at the very center of the world, says nothing as she quietly treats the refugee. After confirming his illness, I see her trace a mysterious sigil over the refugee's wounds, and after a series of these rites, the saint slowly rises again. But what am I doing here? You're fine. You just need to rest for a while. The dazed refugee sits up groggily. The saint in white prepares to leave. My lady, my lady! It's the saint! It's the saint! Praise be to God! Bless the mercy of God, for the Holy Lady walks among us. Sussy. Elia leaves the stage with a beaming smile on her face. Today is Bonsdorf Day, my lady. Your arrival is truly a blessing from the Lord. You flatter me. I simply did what I could. There are several more patients in my room back in the village. I'll take you to them. Sure. Please, proceed to the dining hall after this. Today, we will not be having the standard relief rations, but a sumptuous feast. Please, help yourselves, everyone. My lady, wait for me. Seems a little Pardeus-ish. The next day, in an apartment. The warm sunshine of late summer seeps through the window and shines upon the wooden floorboards, filling the entire room with gentle light. It only takes half a second for Anje to shake off her drowsiness and reach for the pistol she has hidden underneath her pillow. She distinctly remembers closing the curtains before going to sleep. Good morning, Anje. When she opens her eyes, she sees 12 sitting on a wooden chair brought in from some other room, casually sipping a cup of coffee. Get me a cup as well. Anja puts down her gun and slowly sits up. Expecting to heal overnight is a bit unrealistic, but getting some sleep is enough for her. It's on your bedside table. I also got you some blueberry cookies. You look like you could use some carbs and vitamins. Anje scratches her head and looks toward the bedside table. The coffee and cookies are sitting there waiting for her. Surprisingly, she didn't notice the aroma until now. The warm beverage with its bitter sweetness washes away the last trace of grogginess in her head. This girl isn't a good cook in any sense, but she always knows exactly what she needs. The temperature is just right. Thanks. I told you not to run bioscans on me. I just gave you a quick checkup. You needed medical treatment. If I hadn't scanned you, How would I know when you would wake up? The blueberry cookies have just the right amount of tanginess. How do you feel? Didn't you just scan me? I'm asking about how you're feeling. It hurts where it should, but that's a good sign. It means I'm getting better. The scan result says as much. If it were anybody else, I'd recommend staying in bed for another week, but I'm guessing you're already raring to go. What's the situation out there? What can I say? It's exactly what you would expect in the very heart of Germany. This apartment is much better equipped than the one we were given in Bremen in terms of both living condition and surveillance. RPK alone has discovered enough bugs and hidden cameras to open a store. Anji gets out of bed and walks around 12 to the window. She peers outside and studies the view. They are on the 8th floor. The Stacy have put them somewhere high up, probably so they can keep a better eye on them. While you were resting, RPK and I have gathered some information on what happened while we were detained. How are things over in Bremen? As you expected, Kay let Morito escape. Never mind, it would be very difficult to capture her under such circumstances. Even I underestimated her combat capability. Your apartment block is the tallest building in the area. Anji can still spot the flashing specks of light from the building across the street. Is that the Stacy or someone else? Hard to say, but most of the Stacy agents would be in this building. It may well be someone else if they're monitoring us from across the street. Anji shakes her head and closes the curtains. Oh, and it's all not bad news. They found this when they searched Morito's apartment. AK-12 produces a document. The document does not contain much information, and there is just a single photograph. Anji turns around and looks at the photo on the table, a photo of a large mansion. I know this house. Looks familiar, doesn't it? You've got the location? Not yet, RPK is on it. But even if we find it, these Germans won't let you wander around. How many people are watching us right now? Are you sure you want to know? Don't say I didn't warn you, but it's even worse than in Bremen. Also, the people here aren't friendly at all. I doubt we'd be getting any burger deliveries from them. Is there any way we can lose them? I don't want to wait. I don't have time to waste on them. Easier said than done. We don't have Stacy agents giving us a hand this time. Quite the contrary, they are mobilizing en masse just to monitor our movements. This is their home turf. It will be challenging to slip away from right under their nose, to say the least. Anji rubs her temples. Since they're going to such great lengths to keep tabs on me, I'll just stay here. Any idea who was it that set us free? I was just about to get to that. RPK and I spent the whole night trying to figure that out, but we haven't got much to work with. The Germans aren't happy at all that we've been let out and are watching our every move. So basically you haven't learned anything? It's not entirely true. At the very least, we learned more about the current situation. By the looks of it, Berlin already has its hands full with its own problems. What do you mean? Look at this. 12 picks up the remote control and turns on the television in the room. The morning news happens to be on at the very moment, and a fierce-looking woman appears in front of the camera. Good morning, Shadowless reporting here on the front lines. We're currently on the eastern riverfront, where the mass demonstration is escalating. Please take a look. The scene shows a rambunctious group of people shouting and displaying banners written in German. They all have the same symbol painted on their faces. The armed anti-riot police hovers from some distance away hesitantly. Finding strength in numbers, the protesters block off the roads and do not back down even in the face of public authority. The protesters are getting louder and louder. The representative claims that this is a rightful protest against the government's inaction. According to certain sources, this could be related to the obstructions encountered by the Idun formulation Type 3, an elite serum developed by Galatea Corporation. Oh god, it's Paradisian. Anya takes a sip of coffee before putting down her cup and picking up the document from the table. Apart from the photo of the mansion, it mentions some of Morido's personal information, and Anje did not expect any of it to be particularly useful, so she isn't disappointed. What's the deal with these people? There have been a large number of incidents in Berlin in the past 3 months. They've had multiple riots, bombings, and other kinds of insurgents. Due to the difficulty in investigating and sheer number of cases, the Berlin police is gradually losing control over the situation. And in the last month, these disturbances have started to affect the daily life of ordinary citizens. It probably triggered some deep-seated malcontent in the people, and large-scale demonstrations broke out in the city. Demonstrations? They're happening now? That's right. They're taking place at this very moment. The government district is still able to maintain the illusion that all is well, but it's utter chaos in the Old Town district. As you can see on TV, Anje watches the real-time footage on the television with a frown. It's obvious that these people didn't take this to the streets on a whim. Their anger must have built up over a long period of time. For some reason, she feels a surge of unease, but she can't quite put a finger on what is bothering her. Still mulling over this, Anja stretches out her arm to put the document back on the table. The file falls onto the floor, making a loud noise. Anje? Anja stares dubiously at her left hand. She gingerly curls her fingers into a fist. 12's eyes widen. It's been a while since I last had it serviced. Probably some malfunctioning parts. Should I run a more detailed scan on it? Don't bother. There are neither doctors nor suitable parts. If I let Stacy touch it, God knows what kind of malware they'd plant in there. Right. Let's just hope you won't suddenly drop your gun when facing off some bad guy. I should with my right hand, 12. Come in. Good morning, Ajay. Did you sleep well? 16 opens the door and enters jauntily. She immediately zeroes in on 12, who's sitting in front of the window. You look quite well rested? Cut the crap. What is it? It's about the Good Samaritan who helped us. 12 and I spent the whole night trying to identify them in vain, but things seem to have changed. Oh? I just received a message via my internet. The message completely bypassed my firewalls. I only noticed it when it came through. I've tried, but I couldn't trace it. Not even you? Not even me. What does it say? The subject is a Bible verse number. John 8:12. I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. John chapter 8 verse 12. How pretentious. And revolting. It's probably a stupid question, but does this remind you of anyone in particular? Do I look like I know someone so obnoxious? The message itself reads, Dear Miss Anna Viktorovna Tsoi, I hope you will forgive me for meddling, but I deeply regret what happened in Bremen and the bad decisions that Stacy has made due to the internal strife. There are things I wish to discuss with you concerning Paradeus. Please meet me after lunch. P.S. I hope you find the apartment satisfactory. Then there's an address. It looks like a bar in the old town. A bar called Athena's Owl. I'm getting a mop. A mop? For what? For cleaning up my puke. Will you go to the meeting? To be honest, I don't want to. Not one bit. Do you know the 3 types of people that I hate the most? People like AK-12 and people like me? People with no conviction. Pretentious pricks. And what's the last type? William. Anjay downs the rest of her coffee, pops a cookie into her mouth, and throws it on the coat. But right now, I don't have a choice. At the end of the day, they did save me. I should at least hear them out. Alrighty, let me get 94 and 15. But before that... The targets have left the building. They're heading northeast. Copy that. 5 targets confirmed. It's Angelia and her dolls. Those are the members of the Wolfpack, top-of-the-line tactical dolls developed by the Soviet Statesec. Squad B, bring along your precise visual gear and stow away your weapons. Roger. Frau Angelia is highly experienced. Do not lock horns with her. If you have difficulty keeping up with her, report her final coordinates before you lose her. Another squad will take over from you. Understood. As locals, we know the terrain and the traffic. This is our greatest advantage. Eat her alive. It's time to show what the Stacy are made of. Yes, sir. Yeesh. Cutting edge. This isn't the first time Anje has visited Berlin. The last time she was here, the now abandoned quarantine wall was still functional. The river runs through the city, separating the city center and the Old Town district. Soon after Anje goes through the Brandenburg Gate, she arrives at Alt Berlin. It's already past noon, but the demonstration is not over yet. In fact, it has even made more momentum than shown on TV. Looks like people face the same problems no matter which country they live in. I've always thought Germans are stoic. Turns out they are very vocal about their dissatisfaction when they are pushed too far. No shit. That stereotype should have been deconstructed the moment you met Jay. Why are they protesting? Because of the economy, the environment, or livelihood? It's always the same reasons. If society doesn't make any fundamental changes, these problems will never go away. I just picked up an interesting buzzword. Have you heard about the anti-collapse serum? Anti-collapse serum. A product of Galatea and apparently the cure to Elid. Never heard of it, but a bunch of vaccines that claim to be the answer to Elid are introduced to the market every year. Then the pharma companies flounder and drown under financial difficulties. No. If the environmental problems are not addressed, humankind will always be plagued by Elid. You're absolutely right. So long as people are still getting infected, you will never produce enough drugs to cure them all. Humans really do have a knack for doing pointless things. That's none of your concern. Right now, we have more pressing issues. Standing on the riverbank, Angie gazes at the bridge that the police has sealed off. On the other side of the river, countless protesters have gathered, waving their banners and chanting their slogans. Two passersby, who have no intention of joining in. Their presence is merely an inconvenience that's causing a traffic jam. How are our tagalongs? Still very much with us. These people are not on the same league as those from yesterday. The person in command here isn't to be taken lightly. This is very tricky. Since the moment they left the apartment, Anja has been trying to shake off the agents that are following them. But even now, she can still feel their eyes boring holes into her back. She was expecting it, but she is nonetheless rather surprised by the level of their skills. We're almost there. I can't lead them straight to the meeting place. You know what I mean? It'd be a shame if you miss your booking and lose your table at the bar. I phoned a book to book a table as an answer to their invitation. If I show up late because I get tied down, it'll be difficult to gain the upper hand in these negotiations. 12 takes off for sunglasses. In that case, let's make use of these rowdy folks. We'll teach our creepy stalkers to fear us, Soviet agents. God. Maybe I get to the radar. Oh, it says it's only her now. Oh, never mind. She's the one going to the meeting. Oh, what's your... Holy shit. Are they all enemies though? Like the Ruffians? Oh, it looks like it's only this group. When a glass can return to deserted buildings, detonate at the right time with detonation triggers. However, doing so will require some preparation work, so use them at your own discretion. Trying to see which possible route. I think I know which routes. I'm not sure what the bomb is for though. Is it only for the building? Oh, so they can walk through the abandoned building? Okay. Why is there like a route up here, but... Oh, okay, never mind. Oh god, this one's gonna move down. Hmm. I think I'll stay here. Yeah, it's a restart. I thought this was disconnected, and it does. Oh, I still have a chance. Yep. Thing is, if I move here, this one's most likely gonna go here. So if I stay here, this one's gonna move here. This one's most likely gonna go here. So then it would be 2, 3, 4. This one's far away, so I think I'm gonna stay here. This one's too risky. 2, 4. Yeah, this one's way too risky. This one's always been a problem now. Thing is, what took me by surprise was I thought this one, I think it's these two like were this one here and this one here, and I thought this one would come here, but instead one of these two moved forward, and I was like, oh shit. So I have to blow this up, otherwise I lose the help board. Oh, now I see. And still, the problem would be this unit, because it can move freely here. have to see which one of these is gonna move. I'm betting on this one. It feels like a little bit RNG-ish. Like this stage. So let's see. Come on. You finish killing this dude. Oh, that guy was about to burn himself. Yeesh. Of course not. Literally. Oh. Let's see what happens. This one's gonna keep doing that. Shut up, fucked up. He still threw it. Huh. So if I move here, this one's gonna push it. So I can't push that through the... Not because this guy's here. If I move here, this one's gonna move here. This one's most likely coming here. Even then, if I stay here, this is not a good idea. This one's still here. I don't think I can capture any heliports because we're all surrounded. So I mean, if this one moves forward and then this one moves here, then that'd be perfect. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Although I don't see many options, so I'll just go with it. I mean, but this one could move upwards. Come on. Oh, he does kill himself. And if I think of it, I think. So if we stay here, this one could move forward, but if he doesn't, then it's over anyways. I'm honestly betting on this guy. I think he's most likely to move upwards. Thing is, if I go down here, this one's gonna move down. And because I already cleared a refugee roofing, what are they called? Rioters. This one's most likely gonna move forward. And it's gonna be like similar to earlier, where I got stuck here. So, I think I'll stay here. Let's see how it goes. No way. Oh, I think. Okay, so this one's gonna move upwards, this one's here, and then this one's. Oh shit, actually. Maybe I don't have to destroy this immediately. The problem is that if I don't do that, there's another one of these police agents. They're gonna surround me anyways in here if I don't blow this up. It's been for 500 years. The fuck? I can only hope this one doesn't move. Oh wait, he won't, cause. Oh, so I'm right. Okay. This could be it. Oh, never mind. Actually, why the fuck would you take that route? Problem is this guy. Yeah, it'd have to be like around here. if I don't. Oh. If he's not aggroing, then he's not gonna move. Oh wait, he doesn't aggro here? This one here, 3, 4. I think I got it. If I can make him aggro here, then these two are not a threat, honestly. Oh my God. But this one has to go here. Of course he moved backwards. Wow, how it... That doesn't even make sense. Oh, I think... Oh yeah, I got it. So yeah, he's not gonna aggro, he's gonna come back here. And then maybe... would be 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's gonna be moving here then. I think I got it. Yeah. This one should come back to where he was. That's weird. By the way, why is this one all the way here? Not sure this one's over here. Oops. So this one pursues the whole map, but this one seems like as well. I swear, I don't know what this guy is here. Usually alert units move back to where they were if they detected you. So it's kind of weird that this guy's standing here. However, it seems like he doesn't... This is weird. Because maybe the key is in this one. I thought he could detect everything. Or one of the keys. I think... So if I stand here... Okay, I'm gonna try something out and see if it works again. I'm gonna try to bait this guy here and this one over here, if not here. But I'm thinking which node I should stop by. So if I stop here, this one could go either way. Yeah, I think this is a good spot. Because either way he moves, I'm gonna have 4 turns, 4 action points, like 1, 2, 3, 4. If he moves here, then I can go to this way. If he moves this way, I can move the other way. Because I still have to capture this, I think, after end the turn. Perfect. Oh my, why would you take that route? Pathfinding's pretty weird so far. That was something. Yes, we can. Only 100? I think they should increase the combat reports now that you can just farm them. It's like 96 per run. Approach marker. What's up with this patrol at? It's kind of funny. But why is Dandelion here though? Super good. She operates like a handgun, I suppose. Something tells me as soon as I get to her, this mission's gonna go crazy. Elsa jumps down and hastily runs after the scene. The refugees sheer and surge toward the dining hall. Once I'm certain nobody is looking, I slip off to the appointed location and activate my micro communicator. Is everyone in position? Is everything okay, Commander? It's been a while, Commander. I almost thought you'd fallen in love with the lifestyle here. Things are fine on my end. How about you? Keep it brief. In keeping with the plan, we've infiltrated the village with the lightly guarded side gates and taken the high ground. Now we're standing by for further instructions. Commander, the number of Faraday's units in the village today has increased. Would you like to bring forward with your withdrawal time? Relax, everything's going as planned. I'm in position 2. I've blended in with the other rich patrons and successfully entered the wealthy quarantine zone of Wunstorf. By the way, Commander, this is a fake refugee village. What do you mean, fake? I can see everything you're doing from there. It's like a circus. All the forbidden areas in Wunstorf are fitted with one-way mirrors and cameras. These wealthy people have come here to secretly observe them. Say what? Also, I didn't spot anyone suspicious on the list of wealthy people that Elia provided. You didn't find anyone suspicious either. So there's nobody suspicious in the village? Looks like the past few days were a bust. Oh yes, do you know anything about that saint? I saw her heading to the temporary first aid station in the north. Dandelion, why is it so noisy on your side? Have you been noticed? The Saint? What an interesting entity. The wealthy people here have started howling like wild animals the moment she appeared. They were bidding high prices to receive her private attentions. Dandelion presses her communicator to the slit of the door, and I can hear terrifying cries coming through it. Move it away. I'll have nightmares if I keep listening to it. In any case, that's how things are over here. Commander, are you going to investigate the Saint? Well, I can't just leave empty-handed. I'll try and make contact with this Saint afterwards. Judging by Elsa's reaction, she seems to have the utmost faith in her. Understood. We can move ahead of schedule if anything unusual happens. I need to go. They'll get suspicious if I'm gone for too long. I'll look into the Saint. We'll meet at the rendezvous point when it's time. Roger. Follow the information that the AR team has provided me and find the Saint's trail. Your faith must be mighty indeed to heal so many people. Faith? I don't have anything that profound. I simply wish to heal as many Elite patients as I can. That is my mission. Giving off yourself to cleanse the world is the holy purpose of a saint. Surely, you will not shun other forms of self-sacrifice, no? Everyone here will gladly sacrifice themselves if it will make the world a better place. I doubt that. But I myself have no such reservations. I knew you would understand. We're here. In here, please. The door to Elia's room slowly opens, and the two head inside. Elia's room is much larger than the refugee aid station. Many people are already waiting inside. This doesn't look like a treatment room. A squeal comes from inside the room. There's no time to think. I rush over to the door to see what's going on. Through the gap, furious flurry of discharging flashbolts very nearly blinds me. No, this isn't a ward for the ill. My lady, take a picture with me. Oh my god. My lady, please autograph my body. Anywhere will do. There's too many people. Please let me go. The Saint is driven into a corner by an ardent throng, and she nervously clutches at Elia. Elia, save me. Oh, it's her. Sorry. My lady, this is one of the ways to make Monsdorf a better place. You've devoted so much of yourself to cure Elite infections before. This is simply another way of doing that. Elia ignores the Saint's fear. She shrugs off the hand grasping at her and walks into the crowd indifferently. No, let me go. I don't want to be here. Please, somebody, anybody, please take me away. I don't want to be here. You really are a saint. Even the way you beg is so exciting. Ayla's departure makes the wealthy people in the room even more masochists. They clutch their cameras, their video recorders, their autograph books, and shove them up into the Saint's face. Save me, please save me. I don't know if it's because of my anger or the Saint's helplessness, but I feel the door trembling. No, I don't want to be here. Her wail of despair seems to resonate in my chest. My hand moves off its own accord to the door. I can save her if I can just get rid of this annoying lock. Anger courses through my arms, and I end up ripping the door off its hinges with my bare hands. With the door now out of the way, I ignore the galaxy of flash lamps discharging in the distance and zero in on the frail white figure tumbling backward into my arms. Come with me. Huh? Come with me if you want to live. Leave. Clever, huh? Robin, what are you doing? Get out, you shouldn't be here. The Saint offers me a trembling hand. Before anyone else can react, I grab it and run. Angry shouts come from behind. Quick, stop them! Have the entertainment dolls block them! Elia, you'd better think of something or else your future sponsorship. Stop them! Row, Dandelion, my cover's been blown. I need backup ASAP. Roger, heading over now. While I can understand your sloppy work is due to having never done this before, only you could so brazenly abduct someone in broad daylight. Stop making jokes at my expense and think of a way to hold them back. I've hacked into the entertainment dolls. They should be able to stop some of your pursuers. Follow this road to the village entrance. Ro will meet you there and I'll catch up shortly after. Voices behind me gradually fade into the distance as we sprint down the road leading to the entrance. Robin, is that your name? No, but you can call me that for now. My name is Maclean. Maclean? Robin is kidnapping the saint. Everyone, stop them. Dandelion? Please hold. A group of entertainment dolls emerged from parts unknown and began grappling with the villagers. However, most of the villagers were still in pursuit. My lady! Robin, what are you doing? That's our saint, how could you? Elsa. Elsa is part of the crowd. Her eyes fill with tears as she gapes at me in disbelief. There's no time for me to explain. All I can do is drag Maclean be made in part. Robin is a traitor and a heretic. Stop them. Kidnap Maclean? Ish. And bring her back to the heliport. Which heliport? I suppose I have to get back there first. So this is fuel. Oh, so I have to fight. Damn, 2 patrollers? Oh, so this one. Okay, so guess I'll go with this. Actually, this is pretty bad. Unless this one's moving this way. Let's see how it goes. This more. I really didn't like that. Damn, 24 gunners. I was not expecting that. Those. Oh, never mind. I think I'm better off taking out this. Oh shit, I fucked up.
3回して迎撃
Oh, that's gonna get wrecked.
私に負けるのは全然恥ずかしくなくってよ。
相手も相当手の愛ですね。
いや、そんなわけない。あなたたち、私に負けるのは全然恥ずかしくなくってよ。状況がまずい。指揮官、
Oh, I forgot the
こうするしか。
alchemist.
3回して迎撃
負けその程度なの。
相手も相当手の愛ですね。
そうじゃないと。あなたたちも
私の弾丸を無駄にしない。どうやらターゲット確認先はこちら側に降りてこないようですね。
さて、
状況がまずい。
用意したものを見せてあげようか。
今回は撤退しよう。私の狩りの失敗の二文字。
That's not good at all.
3回して迎撃 私の弾丸を無駄にしない。ターゲット確認。撃て。この一撃で終わらせる。読み通り。どうやら状況がまずい。
This is not good.
3回して迎撃。私の弾丸を無駄にしない。ターゲットの読み通り。
その程度なのね。
この程度。この一撃で終わらせる。
あなたたち、
どうやら今回奇跡はこちら側に降りた。
私に負けるのは全然恥ずかしく。
あ
あなたたちに賞賛があるといいね。
指揮官、今回は撤退しよう。
負けを見
獲物は獲物らしく狩られる。
おっとさて、
ターゲットの不安。さよならだ。
Damage.
3回して迎撃。読み通り。
さて、
用意この程度。読み通り。
さようなら。センスのないよ。
逃げても無駄よ。ターゲットロックオン。さよならだ。状況がまずい。
あなたたちに賞賛
ターゲット
が。
今回は撤退しよう。さよならだ。
あとどれぐらい持つのかさて。もう
獲物は獲物らしく狩られる。3回して迎撃。運が回ってきた。ターゲ わらせる。私の弾丸を無駄にしない。
その程度なの？
ターゲット確認。撃て。読み通り。状況がまずい。ターゲットロックオン。指揮官、今回は撤退しよう。
さて、用意したものを見せてあげようか。どれぐらい持つのかな。
Oh, unless I don't know what's the enemy that captures an airport.
任務を受け取りました。
just kill it if I'm 400.
私のためだけに生まれてきたと誠にこれでバッチリです。全部壊しちゃえ。顔を思い出した。
これなら全力を発揮できるのか？
自分の面倒は自分で見るので大丈夫です。ただいま、指揮官。津田。
ただいま。ちょろいもんだ、意義な。
任務完了。ご報告いたします。指揮官様、行ってきます。
And I also forgot to use the taunt skill from down the loop. I don't think I had the damage anyways to kill the double soul.
任務を受け取りました。
Instead of submod, please resist.
やはり私がいないとダメなんですね。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
まだまだですよ。
Here's the lag is astronomical.
まだまだですよ。
覚悟の感じられない風景だな。消えろ。
今引き下がるにはいつも安心ですね。
I'll restart this.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
Yeesh, the lag is horrible.
覚悟の感じられない神経だな。
0%
雑
frames.
魚に使う時間はないわ。
まだまだですよ。
もう安心ですね。
狙い撃つ。消えろ。
これ結構効きますよ。これ結構効きますよ。
Why are they so tanky though?
見たか。これが努力の結果だ。
スペクトラ M4 正式に入隊します。
I think I need a. I think I needed to change Nigov. This should be very loud, I think. Okay, I guess.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
まだまだですよ。
狙い撃つ。
手加減はしない。もう安心ですね。
狙い撃つ。 断した報いだ。
皆さん私が守ります。まだまだですよ。
Thought Nataly's ability eliminated the force field, but because of gladiators, they
覚
just
悟の
keep
感じられない
recovering.
人間。
私は小さく
我は決して逃げぬ。
I need to get him out
こ
of
と
there.
ですが
He's
解
not
決
doing
でき
anything.
ぬというのなら
He's gonna be afraid of him.
油断した報い
He's
だ。
successful enough. And I expected KSMK to deal much more damage.
狙い撃つ。
雑魚に使う時間はない。
覚悟の感じられない人間。
私の小さな愛。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。
私の小さな相棒と挨拶をしてみたら。
油断した報いだ。
虫けらだ。私の小さな相棒と挨拶をしてみたら。
覚悟の感じられない人
雑魚に使う時間はこれ結構効きますよ。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら油断した報いだ。
雑魚に使う時間はない。
覚悟の感じられない関係だな。覚悟の感じられない関係だな。
これ結構効きますよ。
ね
雑魚に使う。
油断した報いだ。
I'll put, you know,
な任務を受け取りました。指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？
Instead of just 2K, I could go with B22.
ここのみんなはなかなか面白いわね。
Either Grape or Type 88. Not sure. I'll go with
指
Grape.
揮官、あなたもチームに加わりたいですか？
指揮官、次の指示を。
指揮官ですか？
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できない。いただき狙い撃つ。いい考えがあるわ。
お墓を作ってありますよ。理由には及びません。よーし、これでバッチリです。
That's a lot better.
見たか、これが努力の結果だ。
FNP9 検知。
Yeah, I figured P22 with the buffs would be better than matches. Oh my god, I think I fucked up. Oh, for fuck's sake. They could try with the controller, but I'm not gonna risk it.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
よーし、これでバッチリです。
覚悟が感じられない神経だな。
手伝ってあげる。私と
よーし、これでバッチリです。いいですよ、あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
見たか、これが努力の結果だ。
FNP9 拳銃。
我ら決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
いただき
覚悟の感じられない神経だな。
いい考えがあるわ。
まだまだですよ。
覚悟の感じ
手加減
赤をつけておりますよ。礼には及びません。敗北からの巻き返し、さすが指揮官です。ボンジュール指揮官。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
いただき
自分のことを信じてあげて。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。いただき
覚悟の感じられ
まだまだですよ。
手加減
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。敗北からの巻き返し、さすが指揮官です。
I was not expecting to move this way. So we'll have to fight it anyways.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
いただき
いい考えがあるわ。
油断した報いだ。
いただき
手伝ってあげる。
覚悟の感じられない神経だな。
Random dude in a fedora has more HP than a fucking destroyer. Okay, dude.
手伝ってあげる。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
So dumb. I can't fight
我は
it.
決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬという
まだまだですよ。
いい考えがあるわ。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
could try
我は
something.
決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
まだまだですよ。
手伝ってあげる。
Use the shield.
手伝ってあげる。
覚悟の感じられない神経だな。油断した報いだ。
自分のことを信じてあげて。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
Everything is going so well. I mean, I guess now I know there's just no enemies up here. Apparently.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬ。
これでバッチリです。
狙い撃つ。
手伝ってあげる。
お墓を作ってあげますよ。念には及びません。これでバッチリです。
狙い撃つ。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬ。
いただき
狙い撃つ。
自分のことを信じてあげて。
まだまだですよ。
作ってあげますよ。礼には。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決でき
これでバッチリです。
油断した報いだ。
いい考えがあるわ。いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
よーし、
どうやらまだ
見たか、これが努力の結果だ。
こんにちは、指揮官。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら
よーし、これでバッチリです。
油断した報いだ。
いい考えがあるわ。私光栄に思います。
覚悟の感じら
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。手加減箔を作ってあげますよ。礼には及びません。敗北からの巻き返し、さすが指揮官です。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら
よーし、これでバッチリです。
いい考えがあるわ。光栄に思います。
よーし、これでバッチリです。
油断した報い。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。敗北からの巻き返し、さすが指揮官です。
Really, how there's no enemies up there? It seems like it isn't. Quite the mission. Yeesh. We ran wildly without looking back. Thanks to Dandelion's remote support, I finally see that the AR team got into view and can breathe a sigh of relief at last. My cover was blown and the mission was a failure. More importantly, let's get Mechelian out of here. Isn't this woman our mission objective? She just... Yeesh, she looks just like the woman in the picture. What? My heart skips a beat. I immediately turn to get a better look at Mechelian. Her hood has been blown off her head at some point. And she looks identical to Morida. That was quite the mission. On the outskirts of Berlin, near Bonsdorf. The AR team and Dandelion are carefully scanning all nearby signal emissions. There are tons of Paradise forces hidden in this village of Bonsdorf. Oh shit. What are they doing in a refugee settlement anyway? Who knows? I throw a worried glance at the AR team. If there are Paradise forces around, you'll be spotted the moment you go in, right? Yes, there are many detector units in Bonsdorf. Looks like I'm the only one who can slip inside. Commander, that's too risky. Yeah, at least take me with you. Relax, I'm suggesting this only because I'm confident I can pull it off. I pick up a pair of binoculars and resume my observations on the refugees, walking freely through Bonsdorf. Inside Bonsdorf. After disguising myself as a refugee, I successfully bluff my way past the checks and enter the village. Thank you for all the help you've given me. Come to think of it, I still don't know your name. No problem, we should all be helping welcomers. I'm Elsa, what's your name? I'm Robin. Robin? Okay, I'll remember that. So I think this is before. Then let me show you around the village. Alright. I lightly tap my micro communicator and send the AR team the code that indicates I'm safe. After that, this eager young girl drags me into this mysterious village. The next morning, I lean against the window and watch the scenery outside while checking in with the AR team. Commander, we haven't found any suspicious targets yet. That's fine. After all, it's been less than 24 hours since I arrived. We'll continue searching. Oh yes, Bonsdorf is going to hold an open day tomorrow. Dandelion has already hacked the system to give herself a fake identity and an invitation. That way we'll be able to support you from 2 sides at once. Copy that. I believe tomorrow is also Bonsdorf's founding anniversary. A series of rapid footsteps comes from the staircase and I immediately hang up. I just knew you'd be spacing out here again, Robin. Let's go eat. Elsa laughs innocently as she addresses me by the alias I'm using for this mission. Sure. Thanks for helping me out. Things will be a lot harder to get used to if it weren't for you. You just arrived here, so it's normal. This is a secret, but although Frau Elia looks really strict, she's actually a really nice person. She's got everything here planned out nice and proper. Well, the important thing is that I get to stuff my face all day without doing any work. Well, you can try applying some work to do once you're done with your food. They've built a lot of houses recently to take in a new batch of refugees. Sounds great. That way I'll be able to learn more about this village. The lunch bell rings and the refugees form orderly lines as they wait for the lunch. The woman known as Frau Elia stands at the serving window and holds a thick stack of booklets, dispensing a stern yet gentle admonition to everyone in the queue. We thank the Lord for the food He gives us. We thank the Lord for giving us homes. Praise be to God. All who believe in the Lord shall receive happiness and peace. All who defy Him shall suffer disaster and judgment. We survive by the labor of our hands and the body given to us by the Lord. All who believe in false gods shall be punished by the Lord. Elia points to several refugees kneeling off to one side. The other refugees passing by lower their heads and pretend they can't see them, as though trying to prove their devotion. I can't suppress my curiosity and quietly ask Elsa about them. What does believing in false gods mean? It means doing things forbidden by God, such as bringing electronic devices with them, implanting electronic devices in themselves, indulging in entertainment. I study the kneeling refugees discreetly. Their faces are deathly pale. The one thing they all have in common is that they look gaunt, emaciated, and clearly malnourished. Some of them even show signs of elite infection. God grants us peace. Paradise is God. I knew it had something to do with them. Today's prayer is over. Please collect your food in an orderly manner. You few will return to the confinement room to continue reflecting on your sins. The kneeling refugees thank her profusely before rising in gratitude to leave the dining area. One of them is missing a leg, and judging by the exposed wounds that I can see, his prosthetic leg was forcibly removed. He tries to stand up several times, but to no avail. The passing refugees come to ignore him and do not acknowledge his presence at all. Isn't anyone going to help him? No, don't do that. What do you mean? The friends of the sinner share in his guilt. If you help him, you'll also be regarded as a traitor. So that's what she meant earlier. Elsa's little hand tugs on mine, and all I can do is watch that refugee crawls like a worm. As that refugee crawls like a worm under the cold gazes of the surrounding people, writhing in his way back to the confinement room without a single shred of dignity. Robin, you're next. It's finally my turn. However, the first thing that's shoved into my hands turns out to be a booklet. Robin, you're new to the village, so these are the village rules, which you must obey. Right. Seeing that Frau Elia has no intention of letting me go, I have no choice but to hastily flip through the pages. The contents aren't too complicated. Naturally, There are stories and legends about Paradeus and very strict rules and regulations to follow, but there's hardly any information about the leader and the origins of the religion. You can read this book every day, and I am sure you will gain something different from it each time. So, do you have any questions after your first read-through? I do have a question, Frau Elia. Why are we forbidden to use any kind of electronic devices, even those needed to ensure basic survival? Are you doubting our lord? Elia has Elia had been all smiles just a moment ago, but her expression is now grim and terrifying. I'm sorry, I wasn't... Don't be mad, Frau Elia. Robin just doesn't know how things work around here. I'll explain everything later. Actually, Robin wants to help out and was even hoping you would assign some work. Is that so? Elia's face softens a little. Diligence is a virtue. Once you have finished eating, come over to help me take care of the new arrival. Yes, I will. Thank you, Frau Elia. I breathe a sigh of relief, then pick up a sandwich stuffed full of vegetables and a drink before heading to the dining area with Elsa. We can't use electronics here. Frau Elia's super scary when it comes to this. But that man can't even walk without his cybernetic leg. Well, he just has to bear with it and get used to it. Electronic devices poison our bodies. Do you see all those people with Elite infection? It's because they were in contact with too many electronic devices, and they had to come here to survive. If Paradeus hadn't saved us, then we wouldn't be living in such good lives. Is that what the villagers taught you? Yep, Paradeus brought us together and gave us food and a place to live. Naturally, we needed to repay that with fervent exaltation. Hurry up and eat, Robin. Afterwards, I'll go with you to do some work. Alright. And the brief lunch period is over. I go to the village checkpoint with Elsa. The checkpoint is outside the village entrance, and it is already buzzing with activity by the time we arrive. Some people are in charge of registration, and some are in charge of inspection. The sheer number of refugees who need to be checked and the ban on comms equipment result in extremely low work efficiency. I've checked all these people. Looks like the mission objective might not be in this village. I'd have to consider leaving. Quit spacing out, Robin. All these people need our help. Oh, alright. I take the supply packs and hand them to the refugees who are awaiting inspection. Many refugees in the waiting queue are afflicted with Elite symptoms, but Elsa shows no fear of physical contact at all. Hello, please accept one star of supplies. Elsa, come over here. What is it, Robin? You do know Elite is contagious, right? Sure I do, but I'm not scared. Let me guess. It's because the faithful of Paradeus are immune to the disease? Haha, no silly, it's because we have the protection of the Saint. Even if we have Elite, she can cure us right away. The Saint? Is that a Paradeus legend or something? She's a real person. You wouldn't know because you're new. In the past, more stuff had Elite patients too, but they were all cured thanks to the Saint's purification. Can the Saint really cure Elite? Of course she can. You'll see once she arrives. And when will that be? Maybe in a week, maybe in a couple of days. As long as there are sick people, she'll show up. But whether you can meet her is up to fate. If we can't find the mission objective, investigating the Saint might still be worth it. I'm just about to ask Elsa more about the Saint when Elia quietly walks up behind. Elsa, Robin, enough chatter. There are many people here who still need places. Also, our founding anniversary is tomorrow, and we're counting on you to help with the festival arrangements, so please put some effort into it. She caught us lacking. Of course. One task follows another without even a pause for breath. Elsa and I work until nightfall before we return to our homes to rest. Tomorrow is September 20th, 2064, the anniversary celebration of the founding of Bunsdorf, and the end of my infiltration. I wonder how the others are doing as I slowly drift off into sleep. outside Bonsdorf on the outskirts of Berlin. I stare at Macklin in shock, or should I call her Morido? Who are you people? Once she realizes the dolls are not humans, she starts to panic. You're not human. What are you going to do to me? They sent you to capture me? Macklin takes out a small knife, but her hands are shaking from fear. Stay back. Don't touch me. I won't go back with you. I'll never go with you. Calm down, please. I try to soothe her while secretly taking out a dose of sedative. If you come any closer, I'll... Macklin's angry retort suddenly cuts off halfway as she suddenly flops to the ground. Behind her, Sop 2... Oh my god. Dusts her hands off and beams with the satisfaction of a job well done. What did you do to her, Sop 2? It was a pain trying to get her through to her, but look, Commander, that calmed her right down, didn't it? Don't worry, Commander. I checked. She just passed out. Her life isn't in danger. Let's go easy on her. Next. Okay, I got it. Bickering among yourselves before you're even out of danger. That's just like you lot. Following the mocking voice, I see that Dandelion has finally reached the rendezvous point. What happened? You're 2 minutes late. Do you know how hard it was to get away from that crowd of disgusting humans without hurting them? The frenzied cries of delight echo in my ears again. My stomach twists at the memory of that horde of rich people cornering Macklin. Let's mount up. I'd obtained a small truck locally beforehand in order to not arouse suspicion while leaving. Ro and Dandelion are in the front seat while I squeeze into the cargo compartment with Macklin. What are we going to do with her, Commander? Well, the problem is, I'm not sure if she's actually Morda. Going by her appearance, she's completely identical to Morda. Still, just because they look alike doesn't necessarily mean that they're the same person. We'll find out once we question her, right? I mean, we can't just let her go, can we? Of course. Let's follow the mission directives and bring her to the appointed location. Alright. Rose starts up the truck and drives toward our destination with the practiced ease. I believe I should point out that large Paradise Force is trying to encircle us. You mean the ones lying in wait within the village? We'll ambush them piece by piece as planned. No, their numbers suggest there are reinforcements. There are simply too many of them for us to handle. If we stick to the original plan, we will be stuck here for 2 or 3 days. Dandelion has already sent a map to the Paradise signal to the locations to my command tablet. Wait a minute, what's going on? You should have scanned the village and surrounding us already. How did a Paradise force of this size suddenly show up here? Their origin is still unknown. And they showed up just at the right time. They certainly weren't here in the past few days while we were lying in wait, but they've chosen now of all times to attack. I look into the rear view mirror and notice Rose's suspicious gaze falling on Macklin. Prepare for battle. Avoid them if you can. Break through them if you can't. Understood. 15 minutes later, on the outskirts of Berlin. After shaking off several scattered patrols, we proceed down a small track towards the city. Commander, they seem to have locked us out. Paradis' entire force is drawing closer. What secrets does Macklin hold that Paradis would mobilize en masse in pursuit? In any case, don't let him pin you down. Try to lose them. But we're driving, they can't catch up, can they? Based on our speed and that of the Paradise pursuers, the chances of them are catching up to us are... Gunshots ring out from behind us. Looks like we aren't the only ones on wheels. Commander, they've almost caught up to us. We're close enough for me to detect their unit positions, which means we're also in Paradise detection range. Full speed ahead. I can feel the intense blood thirst coming from behind, even if she hadn't pointed it out. There is absolutely no way we can stand up to a Paradise force of this size with our current complement of dolls. They're here! Damn it, how did they catch up so fast? Dandelion, watch the road! I look back and a sea of white has crested the slope behind us, descending upon us like an avalanche. Too late. Row, get into the forest. 15, sub 2, try to slow down the enemy. Okay, finally some exercise. Commander, please move to the front of the passenger seat. Sub 2 and I are going to open the rear doors. Please swap places with me, Commander. Alright. I scoop up Maclean, who's still unconscious, and carefully move from his cramped cargo bed to the front passenger seat. Commander, will we need to change our route? I'll plan the route. You focus on driving. Faraday's pursuers are now close enough that they can be seen with the naked eye. At current speeds, I estimate that they will catch up to us in 5 minutes. Why don't you just hack them all again? Hacking such a large Faraday's force at once would be very taxing, even for me. The combination of Dandelion's hacking and the AR team's firepower takes down the front line of the Paradise forces, but there is seemingly no end to the reinforcements. Getting closer. Go faster, Ro. Only got the pedal to the metal. Bullets whizzed past, almost grazing the truck's chassis, but Ro no longer pays them any attention. Take note, we'll be entering the forest area in 3 seconds. Roger. Following the loud noise, the truck starts rocking like a boat tossed by an ocean. Right after that, we finally enter the forest, which conceals us from the enemy's view for the moment. Slender branches scrape at the vehicle's exterior. Commander, our tires are blown. I recommend abandoning the truck immediately. It is no longer of any value. But they'll catch up to us right away if we don't have a vehicle. This Predator's units run like the wind. Commander, what should we do? I have an idea. Government must address our demands immediately. Bureaucrats who don't give a damn about the people's life are fascists. Listen to the people. Angelia is crossing the bridge. I knew it. Thank you. Your job here is done. Squads C and D prepare to take over. Understood. Understood. Frau Angelia is very skilled at making use of crowds and traffic in reverse tracking. Pay attention to your lines of sight and blind spots when working with other squads. Also, watch out for their attacks. Even Frau Angelia herself is an exceptional fighter. Not to mention the dolls. Angelia has crossed the street. She is now turning into Bex Straße, I suppose. What about the crowd's movements? The procession is heading towards Verlanke in the east. Squads E and F disperse the crowd. Do not let the target distract you. Copy that. The Berlin police is in the area. Should we notify them? Untrained personnel will only make things more difficult for us. Leave them out of this. It'll be a tough battle once they blend into the demonstrating procession. I will keep an eye on things from a high vantage point. Don't let yourselves get killed. Don't get yourselves killed. Yes, sir. On top of a tall building, the youth who is observing the milling crowd from above. Milling? Turns off his communicator and frowns. Why is there a large-scale demonstration today of all days? What is Angelia doing? Something just doesn't feel right. Am I just imagining things? Ugh. My light is muttering to himself. An explosion occurs at the very front of the procession. Summer vibes. After pushing her way through the crowd that has gathered at the bridge, Anji soon realizes that there is another rallying crowd in the district. In order to spread their message far and wide and gain more influence, the protesters keep moving tirelessly. For Anji, this is naturally a great opportunity. The crowd obstructs her enemy's view, she can dart through the stream of people, circle back, and take out her enemies in one fell swoop. Anji is usually an expert in shaking off her pursuers. To learn on this. But today, things are not that simple. No matter where she goes, these people stick to her like glue, as though she has a GPS tracker on her. Even when she wants to make a move, she can never completely escape her enemy's line of sight, not even for a second. In such a tightly packed crowd, she has neither the time nor the space to have a boxing match with them. What's even worse... 1294. Anji, where are you? Damn it. How can she tell where she is? For some reason, a commotion seems to have broken out in front of the procession, and the demonstration comes to a halt at this block. The people in the front and the back cannot communicate with each other. The ones in the back try to push forward, while the ones in the front are stuck and chaos ensues. Under these conditions, even powerful T-dolls are utterly helpless. Anji has been separated from the five for over 5 minutes. Dolls can locate each other by their signals, but it has already occurred to Anji that isn't the problem. New protesters keep pouring in from all directions. Even 15 cannot make their way through all that people to Anji. She must think of something fast. Hey, this guy is a cop! Scheiße, we have a traitor in our midst. Hold on, The sudden accusation causes the already wild crowd to erupt. The protesters direct all their anger towards their target. It doesn't even matter if he's actually a traitor or not. Meanwhile, Anji gets dragged along by someone in a different direction. Don't touch me! Ow! The man lets out a yelp of pain as his soldier gets dislocated. But she is still being dragged away. Anji immediately realizes what's going on. It isn't just one or two people. Everyone around her is deliberately trying to move her in a specific direction. You've got to be kidding me. Her poorly maintained bionic arm breaks down at this critical moment. Anji struggles in vain and can only let herself drift along helplessly, like a lily pad on a pond. Get off me! One last shove ejects Anji from the crowd. She stumbles a few steps and almost trips over a raised sidewalk. None of the people who pushed her come after her. The protesters are still bellowing in anger without a glance towards her. Standing on the sidewalk and steadying herself, Anji finally moves her finger away from the trigger of her pistol. She was this close to going on a killing spree. It is an immense relief to finally be free of the crowd. She swears never to resort to this method ever again. Those people led her here on purpose. They even got rid of her pursuers for her. Anji puts her pistol back into its holster and takes a look around, but she sees nothing unusual. She is just as she is about to run away, her heart skips a beat. I'm here? Athena's Owl. The bar stated in the address is right in front of her. The address. Its entrance awaits quietly next to the bustling crowd, its neon sign flashing even during the day. With emotions still running high, nobody is looking this way or paying any attention to Anji or what she is about to do. By the bar entrance, a raggedy beggar is sitting on the stairs. Her indifferent eyes follow Anji closely below her hood. Anji has also noticed her. She wonders if she drew her attention when she was putting away her gun. Angelia? The beggar calls out Anji's name softly. Upon seeing her reaction, she nods. Salvation lies within. The beggar lifts her walking stick and taps the door of the bar with it. Wait, what did she say? Salvation lies within. Then she closes her eyes and leans back against the doorframe, seemingly fast asleep again. Inside the bar? Is this some sort of dystopian metaphor? Should I wait for the fire or go on my own? After a short moment of hesitation, Anjay decides to head inside. I think I know who you are. She knocks on the door softly. After another glance at the slumbering beggar, she takes a deep breath and pushes the door open. A bell jingles brightly to announce Anjay's arrival. Lucky, another screwdriver. Hey, did you just hide the menu? The heavy wooden door has been keeping all the noise in the bar from spilling into the streets. Only when Anjay pushes open the door does she notice how boisterous it is in this small place. The piano playing is drowned out by conversations. She stops in front of the door and scans the interior of the establishment. Such a lawless, chaotic place does make for the perfect meetup place. Perhaps because the bar is so isolated from the outside world, nobody seems to have noticed Anjay's entrance. Like others, such establishments in the Old Town district, this place is filled with people from the lower stratus of Berlin's society, and the sound of their hollering and clinking wine glasses. No one but Anjay herself hears her footsteps. It's only natural in such a noisy environment. She strolls unobtrusively on the old floorboards and keeps herself ready to draw her firearm within half a second. At the counter, a nefarious-looking scoundrel whistles at a bar girl next to Anjay. He doesn't seem to have seen Anjay at all. He laughs, flashing his mouthful of yellow teeth, and drinks the beer in his stain in one go. Anjay takes a glance at him and quickly retracts her gaze. She does not want to get in any trouble before the meeting. The man seems to have the same idea, still ignoring Anjay as if he hadn't seen her. He lifts his stain and beckons for the bar girl to refill it. He never even glances at Anjay the whole time. Not just him. Everyone in the bar acts as if she was invisible. Nobody greets her or asks if she'd like to order something. People just don't even look at her. If someone happens to look in her direction, their gaze just glides over her as though she was nothing but an air. This is it. Angelia is a special agent, so she can sniff out danger from miles away. However, despite how bizarre this phenomenon is, oddly enough, she doesn't feel unnerved at all. She collects herself for a moment before venturing deeper into the building. Everything feels very natural around her. This is just a run-of-the-mill bar with tobacco, beer, poker cards. The atmosphere is fantastic. Anjay would love to have a drink here on a day off. In such an ordinary place, Anjay's presence is the only anomaly, which is why she shows instantly that she has found her target when she notices another anomaly. Most bars put out more table seats on the dance floor during daytime to accommodate for the more customers, and this place is no exception. But right now, the dance floor filled with tables and chairs is completely deserted, except for the only occupied table right in the center. A round table with two chairs. A man is seated in one of them. He has his back to Anjay, and the only bit of skin exposed is his hand on the armrest. Next to him, Anjay can see a few bottles of very expensive wine on the table. Just like with Anjay, nobody is acknowledging this man's presence. The space he's occupying might as well be a separate dimension that Anjay can see. Please have a seat, Angelia. After the commotion outside, you must be tired. A low, sonorous voice speaks from the chair all of a sudden. Even though Angelia hasn't made a sound, he knows she's there, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Anjay walks around him wordlessly and pulls out the other chair opposite of him. I've been playing out this scene in my head many times before I walked through the door. I had a lot of guesses, but this isn't what I expected at all. I don't believe I know you. Not even all of my friends know me. A middle-aged man with white sideburns sitting in the armchair cleanses the lenses of his spectacles as he speaks. His voice is deep and mellow, which matches the air he gives off. Even if he hadn't spoken, Anjay could have guessed he's a Brit. He has all the qualities of a typical Englishman: resolute, gentlemanly, proud, distant, and pretentious as hell. Anji studies him and remains silent. The man takes his time pushing his glasses up his tall nose. A sharp glint flashes in his pale gray eyes as they focus on Anji. Anji feels like a prey animal that's been spotted by a predator. I suppose special agents should get used to speaking to people who don't reveal their name. You've seen Berlin yourself while you're on the way here. I hope the discourteous welcome you received hasn't caused you to be prejudiced against this beautiful city. Brushing off Anja's vibe, the man sitting straight as a ramrod places his interlaced fingers on his lap and smiles at her. But Berlin must have made a much different impression compared to Bremen. Indeed. Anja presses her lips to hide her impatience. She puts an elbow on the table. Bremen was bad enough. Bremen is worse. Man remarks offhandedly and directs his gaze towards the pianist performing a relaxing piece. Is this why you've brought me here? For small talk? You think this conversation is a waste of time? I beg to differ. Angelia, we're constantly deluding ourselves into thinking that the world is getting back on track. But the truth is staring us right in the face. There is still too much hidden darkness. And where there is darkness, there's tragedy, like what happened in Beslan. If all things were bright and beautiful in the world, why would your parents suffer such a horrible fate? Anji leaps up from the chair. Hush. The moment she jumps to her feet, the bustling pub is engulfed in dead silence. Anja is now certain that everyone around them, the people who had been deliberately ignoring them, is ready to take her down any second. There isn't a single real customer in this pub. The man meets Anji's defiant gaze with his own sharp eyes. He taps an empty glass in front of him with a spoon. The clear sound seems to have restarted the clock, and time once again starts flowing in the pub. The customers go back to clinking glasses and sloshing beer. Everything returns to the same state as when Anji first came. The murderous intent that was directed at her vanishes without a trace. Are you threatening me? Please forgive me. You are a professionally trained agent, while I'm just a defenseless old man. They're simply concerned about my safety if it comes to an altercation. That's not what your eyes suggest. If I had wanted to do anything, you wouldn't have needed them to intervene. Just sit down, Angelia. Our conversation isn't over yet. Don't forget, if I hadn't helped you, would you have left the Stacy's interrogation chamber? Without answering Anji's question, the man fishes out a gold coin from his pocket. He gives his thumb a flick. The coin lands heavily in front of Anji. Anji watches the spinning coin as it gradually slows down and falls on its side. He looks up at the man again. So it's you. We are not enemies, Angelia. On the contrary, we are the closest comrades in arms. You and me? I doubt that. Someone whose hands are even bloodier than mine is preaching to me about all things bright and beautiful? We share a common goal, Anji. I know you can argue with that. Our methods may be different, but our aspiration is the same. Everything we do is for the sake of Rossiterson. Common destiny. I've grown tired of this kind of rhetoric. You may be able to fool the sheep in your country with that, but don't bother using it on me. Have you never wondered why Zelensky and Mikhail sent you let you come to Germany? You're an outstanding agent. I'm sure you can discern the situation. Thinking about it, Anji. Perhaps you were destined to work with me from the start, just as you were destined to walk into this pub. You are cornered. Right now, you do not have a choice. If you still refuse to trust me or your intuition, you may pretend to have never met me and just walk out of here. My intuition is telling me to pour a glass of whiskey over your head. Angie eyes the man before her, but he is still smiling benignly, despite her provocation. Sit down. Angie keeps staring at him. He shakes his head and pushes a glass towards her. If you must, I recommend you do it with this glass. Angie takes a deep breath and finally sits back down. This is what I like about you, Angelia. You always read the situation. Just cut to the chase. What leads do you have? Let's return to the subject of Berlin. I believe you have seen what's happening out there. The demonstration, you mean? Berlin was nowhere this bad just a while ago. It has always been one of the most developed cities in the decontamination zone that has recovered quite well. It is by no means a utopia, but you could rarely find such seeds of discord and instability here. That's not what it looks like to me. Seeds can ride the wind. They can also be carried by beasts. You want me to look into this? Yes. I have no time for such distractions. You know why I've come to Germany. Believe me, Angelia, you will realize that our agendas are surprisingly familiar. This has something to do with William. From what I know, this matter involves a conspiracy. Following the incident in Bremen, Paradeus is planning to stage an even more elaborate terrorist attack. A terrorist attack? Angie suddenly finds it difficult to breathe. The White Faction's touch is evident in everything that has transpired in the last few months. They have been inciting the people and sowing civil unrest. I believe that when the time is right, they will make use of this unrest to cripple Berlin, in the hope of preventing an outcome that they do not desire. How that they don't desire? What does this has something to do with you? There will be an important meeting. The man picks up his glass. He seems to have no intention of elaborating. What's the source of this information? The information is supplied by a private source with very high credibility. However, that's the best I can do. Specific time, location, personnel, and other details of the attack are for you to investigate. Is this all the help you're giving me? I will also provide you with other forms of aid to the best of my ability. Actually, I've already done it. You persuaded the government to support me. That is a statement, not a question. So where should I begin? To launch a terrorist attack in Berlin, explosives won't work. It has to be some kind of new weapon that cannot be detected. A weapon that we are both familiar with. A familiar weapon? Pollen dirty bombs? You want me to investigate Leon? Just 2 days ago, she was escorted to Berlin in secret. She is most definitely connected to this matter. I have a question. What is it? The mansion. You must know where it is. Tell me. This is irrelevant. You know I will not give in. The man lets out a sigh and shakes his head. Once you have settled this business in Berlin, I will give you the location of the mansion. Deal. Learn to pick your battles, Agent. Sort out your priorities. I am still a bit skeptical about what you said, but I will look into it using my own method. I don't care about your methods, I just want results. So is that it? You're washing your hands of this now that you've dumped it onto my lap? I'm a busy man, Agent. The battle I'm fighting in a place that you can't see is currently in a critical stage. That said, I've nevertheless prepared a little surprise for you. Surprise? An old friend of yours is en route with the support and intelligence you need. You may have been going at it in different directions, but I assure you, You are both working towards the same goal. Besides, I'm sure you will be very happy with this reunion. Who is it? The young commander working for Kruger. Anji raises an eyebrow. I should have known. It's back of what you summoned after all. I look forward to our fruitful cooperation. You'd better not be wasting my time. I will keep you up to speed if my private source reports any new updates. Also, I suggest you leave through the back door. Things are a bit chaotic at the front entrance. The man pushes the gold coin across the table to Anji. She glances at it and pockets it promptly. Thanks. The man taps at the armrest in his chair again before getting up and heading towards another door without a word. 1 minute after his departure, the pub becomes as quiet and empty as a tomb. Quite the tease. Oh. This is still chapter 1. Yeesh. I'll be back real quick. Hey, I'm back. Let's continue with Mara Points to Light. A battered truck comes to a halt within the quiet forest. From a distance, all that can be seen is the edge of a torn white cloak poking out of a shattered window. The Paradise forces have streamed into the forest and surrounded the truck, but they do not approach. Scouts send out a team to investigate the interior of the truck. All other units continue forward and find the target. A team of scouts cautiously approach the truck while the rest of Faraday's forces search for tracks. Look carefully and check if this truck is a trap. Let's see what tricks a mere human can pull. The scout flanks the truck from various angles. As the scouts approach, the abandoned truck explodes and takes out the nearby Paradeus forces. Humans will be humans. I can't believe they used such a cliched trap. The Griffin commander is taking us too lightly. Turning her back to the explosion, the petite girl studies the messy tracks on the ground coldly. Huh. You've hidden your trail pretty well. But it's pointless. After all, you'll fall into my hands in the end. The sound of an explosion comes from a distance. I wish I were there to see them get blown up. I saw everything. Paradise just did through the camera we left. I saw everything Paradise just did through the camera we left in the truck. The way they surrounded the truck is a telltale sign that there's a high-level commanding unit nearby. Commander. I know, a high-ranking leader is directing them. So basically we've got a Paradise unit on Nimogan's level and following us. That would be troublesome. None of the high-level Paradise commanding units we've encountered so far were beaten by conventional methods. Don't slow down. Carry on. Maclean remains asleep on my back. Right now, I'm actually starting to envy her. I can hear her footsteps. Damn it, they sure run fast. Commander, we're almost in Paradise firing range. We can't shake them at this rate. We can't shake them at this range. Why don't we make the first move? Prepare for battle. Right now, our aim is to break out of this while staying alive. Got it. Another night mission. There's surely a big bait in here. I don't even know what to expect. We'll go with this for now.
カーニバルの始まり始まり。
7 million? That's ridiculous. Oh, never mind. 799. Let's see. Oh my god, this is disgusting. $500,000. God. Contains 20. The alert range. Suppose you're inside. Oh. I think I need another 3. Most definitely. So I'm gonna extract it. Oh shit. Oh. What's that? to do that. I don't know if KSBK is gonna be a good choice for this mission, but so far it doesn't look like it. So here we just in case.
行くぞ。己が手で運命の引き金を引くのだ。
So I think the best thing to do would be... Why is this a boss though? It's only 4 pixels.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのならまだまだですよ。狙い撃つ。
自分のことを信じてあげて。お墓を作っておきますよ。礼には及びません。敗北からの巻き返し。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのならまだまだですよ。油断した報いだ。
いい考えがあるわ。手加減お墓を作っておきますよ。礼には及びません。敗北からの巻き返し。
Oh god. The red bean bugged out and appeared on the other stage for a second. Or the other map. I'm guessing this could deactivate the controller. Also changed routes. It's so hostile to other routes. Still got 43k. So I think I should have to maybe go through here. All red beans. Of course, you had to have the worst route. So I'm guessing. Up with these missions in like the 10 plus turns. If it weren't only row, I most likely would go for it. Oh, because there's 3 bombs. So I'm like, can I take this out? I'm gonna guess that I have to take this out, echelon out. Which I would need, most likely NTW. And that's a bullshit echelon. I mean, I do have one. I just... Oh wait, actually I don't. I just remembered. Okay, so... Oh shit, I think I fucked up. So I could place this echelon over here to fall. Yeah, there's 3 turns here. I just hope I don't get flanked on the other side. That'd be really unlucky. unfortunate. Wow. That was a big fuck up. Anyway, so there's 3 turns. So I would have to get Ro pretty far away from wherever the other beans are. Which now that I think of it, I could have done it a long time ago. But if I'm able to get far enough, stand here, this will move either way. If it moves here, then I'll just move back. I guess I just have to wait what happens. So I think I'm safe. Nope. Okay then. So this one's gonna move here. Most likely the other bean is around here. I think I'm safe on the other side. Yeah. So I'm guessing this one moved here. Oh, it didn't move. Oh! I almost clicked unintentionally. The thing is, I don't know where this one's gonna move. I think yeah. I mean, unless this echelon no longer matters and I'm just wasting time. But I highly doubt that's the case. So far, camping hasn't been like this, like that. She doesn't have any damage whatsoever. Oh, so I was wasting time. Okay. Ish. So the ideal thing would have been, I mean, I still can stand here, so. Oh, of course. And this one's not gonna move for some reason. Oh. What? Okay, I guess. Can't be helped, I guess. I'm just gonna wait for this one to keep going down. Oh, guess not.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら
よーし、これでバッチリです。
狙い撃つ。
手伝ってあげる。いいですよ、あなたを見逃してあげますよ。敗北からの巻き返し、さすが指揮官です。
Anjay pushes open the door, and leaves the boisterous place behind. Now that she knows the busy and lively scene was all a sham, she finds it rather sickening. The gold coin weighs heavily in her pocket, signifying that everything that just happened was real. Now, she must hurry back to her apartment and discuss how to proceed with Task Force Defy. Frau Anjay. While Anjay is still deep in thought, someone calls her name softly from next to her. Almost out of reflex, Anjay pulls back and executes a kick. The kick produces such a loud noise, Anjay thinks she kicked a sandbag. But the brief exchange is all it takes for her to take in her interceptor. 1 second, please. Since her first kick didn't do the job, Anjay delivers a second one without even a pause. Whoa! The man seems to have expected Anjay's attack and nimbly sidesteps it, causing her kick to miss a second time. But Anjay isn't phased either. Her alloy fist smashes into a brick wall. If this punch had landed on a person, it would have been hospitalized for months. Backed up against the wall with a small crater a mere inch away from his ear, the young man looks a little unnerved. But Anjay could see that he didn't make the slightest attempt to dodge her punch just now. He knew, with absolute certainty, that Anjay would not hit him, so he did not even flinch. Who are you? The man rubs the arm he used to block Anjay's first kick, and looks at her apologetically. I saw that kick coming, but it was more powerful than I'd anticipated. You really are formidable. He speaks in a perfectly even tone, neither humble nor haughty. Despite being at Anjay's mercy, he shows no sign of panic. Answer my question, or the next punch will smash your brains out. You are not one to murder innocent people, Frau Angelia. I can make that an exception today. You are anything but innocent, not to mention rude. Pardon me. I haven't even introduced myself. As you can see, I am a Stacy agent. Anjay's brows furrows. Only then does she notice that this man doesn't look older than 20. What does this Stacy want with me now? Don't tell me you want to send me back to lock me up for a few more days. No, that's not it. In fact, light blinks, the very image of innocence. I'm here to help you. Welcome back. Anjay, are you alright? Anjay catches sight of her two familiar subordinates the moment she enters the temporary ops room. She frowns at her as she shifts her gaze from the dolls to the man sitting in front of the monitors. You've brought my subordinates here. What's the big idea, Jay? Hey, don't give me that murderous look, eh? It took a lot of work to pull these Defy ladies out from among the rioting mob and gathering them all, you know? We found this place ourselves. Did you have to expose me straight away? Thanks for the work, Jay. The young man follows Anjay into the room and greets Jay politely before turning to address the Defy dolls. As per our agreement, I have delivered Frau Angelia safely to you. Well done. If you'd taken another minute, our leader would have clawed her way out through the roof. 12. Explain. There's nothing much to explain. When we got separated from you in the crowd, we immediately realized it would be extremely difficult to regroup. So we changed strategies and decided to track down those who were monitoring us instead. That's how you found this place? It didn't take much effort. After all, they still knew exactly where we were under those circumstances. It was either a GPS tracker or having a high vantage point. Once we understood that, it wasn't difficult figuring out the rest. When When we got here, we found out that Mr. J was the one in charge of this operation. He told us that you were safe and had us wait here while he sent someone to fetch you. 12 refused to cooperate at first and threw a tantrum. It was kind of noisy, but then we got used to it. It wasn't that noisy. I don't trust them. Jay did a decent job in Bremen, but ensuring Anja's safety is my top priority. I only agreed to wait because I believe in Anja. So, have you had your meeting? How did it go? I got some information and possible leads. At the very least, I now have some idea about what to do. So, you're the aide that he promised? Anji's eyes light in Jay, her gaze moving back and forth between them until finally settling on Jay. Are you in any shape to help? Your injuries look pretty bad. What? Want to spar, ward mate? I don't know who you're talking about, but we are indeed under official order to aid you. It took us some time, but we eventually managed to take over this operation. Now Light and I are in charge of keeping tabs on you. In other words, you can move around freely in Berlin. So, who exactly was he, Anja? The Earl. Anja fishes out the gold coin from her pocket and rubs the intricate markings with her thumb. A glistening griffin is etched onto the coin. Or should I say, griffin lions. Yeah. You mean that griffin? The griffin in Griffin and Kruger? I hear he... Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's him in the flesh. I don't work for him, but he is very close with Zelensky and old Misha. I can't tell if he can be trusted, but at the very least, he is on our side. So, never mind. I didn't hear anything. What happens next is none of my business. Light, I'm leaving you in charge of everything. Me? You, duh. Kay sent me, a poor injured man here, while he himself stayed behind in Bremen, having the time of his life. Not that he expected I would have to work in the field. In any case, I leave this in your capable hands. You haven't asked for my opinion. Well, any objections? He doesn't look old enough to drink. He may be young, but he's the most exceptional up-and-coming agent in this TC. You've seen what he's capable of, haven't you? He's been commanding the operation to monitor you single-handedly. I didn't do a thing. So he's been wasting his exceptional talent on spying on us? If I were you, I'd already have started investigating William's movements in Berlin. If you hadn't been wasting precious time, I would have tracked down Leon and the others by now. I looked into it, Frau Angelio. What? I don't know what your current objective is, but before I came to Berlin, I took out the investigation you were conducting in Bremen and followed through with the remaining leads. I have recorded everything in detail and compiled profiles concerning the culprits arrested in Bremen, Leon, Hobbs, and Powell. He's telling the truth, Anje. I read them. You read them? I couldn't very well just sit here and wait, could I? The three of them have been transported to Berlin for imprisonment. But you're not gonna believe this. Leon was released due to a mental illness. He's now living quite a cushy life at a sanatorium. Still in Berlin, obviously. According to my investigation, everything about Leon's release was highly dubious. I suspect a person of authority pulled some strings to protect her, but I have no other clues for the time being. Explain the situation to me in detail. Yes, ma'am. Wait, hold on. You're not planning to have this conversation, are you? This really isn't the greatest spot, so I suggest you guys take this somewhere else. After all, you're free to go anywhere now. I agree, Anje. Surely you have a lot to discuss with us. About your conversation with Griff, the Earl? Alright, let's go back to the apartment then. I'll come with you. And I'll pass. The protagonist shall retreat behind the scenes for now. Young people should be given the time to shine every now and then. Isn't that right, Light? Now you're backing now that you're back in your hometown, don't forget to make time to visit your... Let's go, Frau Angelia. Sure. Anje glances at the youth with delicate features. He's young, brave, remarkable, and ambitious, just like her when she was young. But for a brief second, his face overlaps with Murido's in her mind. That's interesting. Bullets hit the ground behind us. While we're still outside of accurate firing range, our pursuers are clearly able to catch up to us. Dandelion? Dandelion takes control of the closest Paradise troops chasing us. It's obvious that her stamina is taxed to its limits. Angry Submod. I'll take you all on rip and tear. Sub 2, don't get reckless. Don't be reckless. Any rounds left, row? The AR team is deep within the enemy formation and on the verge of being overrun. If I can't think of a way to get us out of this, they'll swamp us all. Greetings, Commander. Who's that? We're out of rounds and they've even hacked our comms? Please, do not worry. We are Squad Griffin. Sent here to pick you up in accordance with the mission directives. Allow me to introduce myself. I am VP 1915. Villar Pereza, but you can call me Perosa. So we do have a pickup. How can you prove that? The Earl said that you would understand once you saw the seal. Perosa holds a wax seal up to the communicator. It is imprinted with the image of a mighty griffin bearing its claws, surrounded by intricate designs. It is exactly like the one on the mission document I received. So it's the Earl, I see. According to the intel provided by the Earl, these Paradise forces are only active on the outskirts of the city. They seem to be prohibited from entering the city area. Derringer and Savage are coming over to support you. I will guide you remotely to help you shake off your pursuers. Alright, so those two... Just as the commander contemplates their next move, the sound of unfamiliar gunfire erupts from behind. I'm picking up IFF signals belonging to the two high-end IOP dolls, but they're not on the Griffin base roster. Hi, Commander. This doesn't seem like the best time for chat. We're here to lend you a hand, Commander. They've arrived, Commander. Now, please run towards the slope at 1 o'clock as quickly as you can. They're only two dolls. Will they be alright? Please, have faith in my judgment. Two unfamiliar dolls exchange smiles. Their fighting stances show that they are fully in sync with each other. Leave this to us. Please do as Perosa directs and head into the city proper. Got it. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, to the city. And hidden patch of the forest. A petite figure grits her teeth as she watches the commander's party flee to the city area with the help of Squad Griffin. What? They're fleeing in that direction? But Big Sis won't let me go there. They're going to escape just like that. And all I can do is watch. Why is this happening? How am I going to explain this to Big Sis? How? They're about to enter the city. Shall we continue giving chase? The girl turns and sets the white Nito flying with a slap. The black Nito standing beside her trembles in fear, not daring to look at the white Nito's head as it rolls past her feet. Holy shit. Chase? You're nothing but a pack of stupid dogs. All you can do is bark and chase. Hurry up and find out who the hell met up with them. After not getting a response for a long time, the girl angrily picks up the white Nito's corpse. What's the matter? Cat got your... Huh? Where's the head? Trash is trash. One slap and your head's gone. The girl disdainfully discards the white Nito's corpse. The black Nito standing nearby falls to her knees and dares not to move. You... Yes? Do you know your mission? Yes, I do. Make sure you do a good job and don't disappoint me. Or else. The girl pats the black Nito on the head, jovially. I won't disappoint you. The Black Nito practically flees from her, leaving the little girl to glare at the commander's group as they recede into the distance. Not bad. You're pretty pathetic in a fight, but you do learn very fast. But don't get too cocky. We'll meet again. When we do, I'm going to twist your spine in two. Let's see. I think I'll read this and leave it there for today. Berlin. With the help of two unfamiliar dolls, we successfully entered the city proper. Upon entering the bustling urban districts, another unfamiliar girl makes her way through the crowds, heading towards us. Oof. Greetings, Commander. Barossa! We finished our mission, Barossa. I am VP-19 Wheeler Barossa. You just spoke over the communicator. Just call me Barossa. Thank you for your help. Just doing our job. Now, please allow me to formally introduce my teammates. This is Deringer, our squad's electronic warfare expert. Want some candy? This is Savage 99, our designated marksman. Nice to meet you, Commander. Nice to meet you too. So, what's going on here? How did the Earl know that we would be there at that time? This way, please. Faced with a barrage of the Commander's questions, the doll called Barossa merely smiles. I don't think she intends to answer you, Commander. Then I'll just have to ask the Earl myself. Led by Squad Griffin, the commander enters the Old Town District and arrives before a certain building. Its exterior is modeled from the passage of long years, but its classical proportions are still enough to make one stop to marvel at it. Wow, this place looks really grand. This is it. I'll get the door. The ringer hops slightly up the stairs and grabs the handle. Huh? Why it won't budge? Let me take a look. Squad Griffin inspects the door more closely. Hey! Are you the ones trying to get in without passing the Earl's test? Colibri, don't be so rude. My apologies, Commander. These two are members of Mr. Griffin Lyons' protection detail. Colibri and Fedorov. Huh. You sure took your time. Nice to meet you. I'm Fedorov. Nice to meet you too. So, what do I need to do in order to meet the Earl? Fedorov, you explain. Alright. Let me do it. If you want to meet the Earl, you need to solve the code lock on the door by yourself. It looks like quite an intricate device. If we try to break it by force, we might damage the building. My apologies, Commander. The door lock has been engaged. If you wish to enter, you must solve it. Alright, so all I needed to do is open this lock then? Yes, you just have to solve this puzzle, Commander. Barossa slides open a panel door, revealing the mechanism within it. The commander walks up and studies it carefully. That's it. Oh god, I want to know what happens. Okay, I'll try to finish this mission. If it takes me like 2 tries, I'm gonna leave it there. Oh god, it's this mission. Griffin insignia. Flip all marks to show G and remove flips for marks around you, but not to the mark you're standing. fucking controller. It's fun here. It's so. Every move flips the 4 marks around you, but not the mark of your stem. So, if I were to move here, this would all turn to K. Oh shit, the problem with this one is it's in alert. I think I'll do it with this.
カーニバルの始まり始まり。
Oh, I get it, okay. You're telling me I have to beat this? Oh shit.
見えるものすべてから学び取る。
もっと遊びたかったのに。あんたをもっと素敵にしてあげるよ。
捕らえた。
間に合ったよ。
So this one could be problematic. Oh, no. So I have to go here. I wonder if enemies can flip the switch too. I don't think so.
あんたをもっと素敵にしてあげるよ。
学べるのであれば超えられる。
間に合った。そっかね。
指導は命令する。
あんたをもっと素敵にしてあげるよ。
捕らえた。
Oh shit, I've been using the commands. Hope there's no. I didn't check those echelons. I hope there's no Jaeger swaps. Because that's gonna hurt.
あんたをもっと素敵にしてあげるよ
Yep.
はしゃぎすぎたわ
私にできるのはこれしかない。
私たちの負け全部この箱のせいだもんあっちゃ
私にできるのはこれしかない
バッテ。リー切れだ
やれることをやった。それだけさ。
I wonder how I can flip these. Oh, never mind. I think I'll just heal in case. I'll just go repair in case I have to put this one again. Actually, try this one. Oh well, I'll leave it there then. Thanks for stopping by, and yeah, have a great day. I really got stuck in loading. Anyways, thanks again. I'll see you in the following days. I can stream some more. Yeah, thanks for stopping by here. Peace.